Good morning, good afternoon, traders. I hope the sound is okay. Hi, team. How are you today? Hope everyone is feeling well and ready for that crazy week again, which is going to be full of economic news. And as I mentioned you last time, it's going to be a Fed day, which or and at least a week, but on Wednesday it's going to be the Fed decision. So that's going to be a crazy, crazy week for sure. So I hope you are doing great and had a beautiful weekend ready for this craziness again. And let's see what's going to be followed, how this really, really red week is going to be followed indeed. Hi, Tara. Good afternoon to you. Nice to see you. Hi, Miguel. Hi, Steve, Brian, Clifton. Nice to see everyone. All right, traders. So, as we could see last week on the market, it was a really ugly week overall. Also, Friday we have seen some relief and the bounce, but with pre-market data, seems like that this relief, it was maybe short-lived. A reason for that, unfortunately, economic news so far, as I mentioned you, is going to be a quite of a big day or week for the market. Not a good start. Retail sales, core retail sales, and the Empire State Manufacturing Index just came way below of the expectations, especially the Empire State Manufacturing Index. Instead of minus 1.9, which was a analyst expectation, it just became minus 20. So quite of an ugly number, and even the retail sales, it was not growing as it should have been. Hi, Dor. Hi, N. Hello, both of N and the first and then the second. Nice to see you. All right. So also, I must tell you that we have seen the pre-market much lower, as you can see in the SPY as well, that it was more into the red side. Now it climbed back barely to the green, especially the tech sector. But after this economic data, I don't know how it's going to behave. So let's just be careful with this one indeed. So so far, what happened? Well, if we just check the daily of the daily chart of the S&P 500, you could see that last week, except of Friday, it was a 4 big red days on the market, and Friday we have just seen a beautiful relief bounce, we can call it whatever. Also, I must tell you, we have not broken yet this consolidation between the 565 and the 549.50s. So this is a consolidation still on the market. As I mentioned you, I'm still expecting a small bounce, like even back to this maximum 580 area on the SPY. But after that, I'm sure there will be a decision, like whether it's going to roll over or not. Well, as you could see, it was a crazy, crazy start of the year, and the continuation is not better either. Also, I just read Besant words and an interview with him that he thinks that this is just a healthy pullback, at least so far, and this is a very, very much let's call it, it was very much inevitable on the market to see that pullback. Okay, that's I would say it's obvious. We have seen this overbought market for weeks, but the big question it is whether this is going to be just that's it. I mean, this was just a really healthy pullback, and now we will see a nice reversal higher, which Bethan thinks that might is going to happen, or yeah, we will have a small bounce now, but it's going to roll over, and it is just a start for something really ugly coming on the market. Well, let's see. We will get the answer soon, in my opinion. Well, at least on Wednesday, we will see whether Powell is ready to help the market, or he's just going to say that, guys, that's it. What can we do? Fed is still not ready to ease more on the economy, on the monetary policy. So that's why I don't care. Let's see what's going on. So, by the way, most of the analysts has this opinion that Powell is not going to save the bulls. But on the other hand, well, the inflation numbers are not that good, so it's understandable. Also, 97% of the chance that the rates are going to stay flat on this Wednesday, traders. So, very, very exciting week ahead. Let's just get started with the best movers for today. Before that, of course, I'm just telling you that both Asia and the European markets started the week in nice and green. As I mentioned you, the futures got from red to green, especially the Nasdaq and the SPY futures, S&P 500 and the Nasdaq. But the Dow Jones is still in red, so let's be careful on that one. Dow, S&P, and the Nasdaq set to return to losing ways on Monday with retail sales data on tap on the tab. Well, for the new ones, I'm just telling you that we got the core retail sales, retail sales, and even the Empire State Manufacturing Index out already. And all of them, it's quite of a disappointing data, not a good start on the economic news at least. Gold, in the meantime, is just rallying. Traders, UBS just lifted the gold price forecast after the metal top 3,000. So these times are not bad for every investment. Stocks are a little bit suffering, especially as we could see the semicons and the big tech stocks. NVIDIA stock nears a death cross. Should investors be worried? Well, yeah, as you know, the death cross, the 200 SMA and 50 cross, it is just a very red flag for the bulls, especially, and a party time for the bears. So let's see what's going to happen there. I'm going to keep an eye on NVIDIA. Tesla sales have significantly underperformed in all key regions. Analyst says Tesla definitely not in a good mood nowadays, and Apple now faces a problem far bigger than tariffs or weak iPhone sales. There is an interesting article on the MarketWatch. All right, traders, let's see what else on the international side. Putin and Trump are going to speak on Tuesday because Trump is just pushing for a ceasefire, as you know, for a while now between Ukraine and Russia. Let's see what's going to be the result of that. S&P futures back. Yes, we have seen it. And here is the headlines, by the way, that Trump says he will speak with Putin on Tuesday about ending the war in Ukraine, not even just a ceasefire. Well, let's see what's going to happen on that front. Hopefully, some good news finally. All right, oil did not move too much. Bitcoin rather downside during the weekend, not to the up. Now it's on around 83,000 levels, so not particularly strong. And as I've seen on the watch list, the coin is quite weak today. So let's just be careful with the coin traders. Okay, what else here? The big movers. So if you have anything on the radar, traders, please just let me know. And until I won't forget, please, if you have any questions regarding trading, how you can get private mentoring, and especially the packages and the challenges, please just drop me an email at agiatevs.com. Easter is coming, so I'm sure we are going to be ready for you with some great discounted prices on the challenges and on the funded packages as well. So let's see, traders. First big mover on my list is going to be AFRM. AFRM is not a good starter for the week because AFRM just got a downgrade as far as I remember, but let me just check it. Buy now, pay later stock dipped 13% after CNBC reported that the rival, oh no, it's a rival like competition news, Klarna will be the exclusive provider of such loans of the Walmart. Wow, that's a big deal, guys. This takes away a created partnership from a firm whose chief revenue officer, Rainey Palmer, referred to Walmart and partnerships with big merchants such as Amazon and Target and its Crown Jewel partnerships. So this is a big splash for AFRM. If you check though the daily chart, it looked like quite of a bear flag until Friday even, and now it's just jumping even lower. So let's see whether it can push back towards to the low of the day. If it's going to push back towards the low of the day and breaking this bear flag under the 43.60s, might we are going to see more bleeding to the downside on the AFRM. So this is going to be my first candidate to the short side for today. So this is going to be a long, a short, and a secondary list for the candidates. So to the long side, I'm not going to call anything yet, but to the short side, I'm just going to get AFRM. Next one, Norwegian Cruise Lines, NCLH, shares of a cruise operator, 4% higher on the back of an upgrade from JP Morgan. Great news for NCLH. Let's see how does it look like. Wow, I love this stock, especially the daily chart. From one point of view, I really like this stock. It can be a quite of a reliable mover. Other point of view, not really, because it's not a big mover. But let's just go with it. To the long side, looks like as a great, nice push to the upside in the pre-market, up 7%, or not 7%, sorry, it's my other one. Just a sec. My monitors, one of my monitors just decided it's still Monday, it doesn't want to work. So I left with 5 monitors. I'm going to manage it. So 4.5% to the upside, 450,000 in the pre-market on the NCLH. I really like it. Also, let's be careful with this 20 area, especially. I would like to see the prices rather over the 20 than under the $20 area. It's obvious that this is a stronger resistance slash support now. So let's just put it to the long side. And you know what? I'm just going to check even this CCL. Maybe it's moving in sympathy. Just a second. Yes, 1% higher on CCL and looks a little bit similar, of course, on the daily as the NCLH. So we can just watch it to the sympathy play here. All right. Hi, Mohammed. When the stock reaches the first target, do you take the first profit at 70 immediately, or do you wait a little to gain slightly more than 1 hour? I'm only talking about the first profit target. Clear? Yes, actually, it depends very much on the market environment as well. You know, because if the market environment is not let's call it too obvious, like we don't have a trend, or it's very choppy, I'm more cautious with even with the first partial already, because as you could see it and witnessed it with me in the recent weeks, actually we just could see really sudden price changes, direction changes, and that's why it depends, as I told you, in the environment and on the stock as well, how strong is the sentiment to the long or the short side that I've just chosen to play on the stock. And if it is the environment is in the undecided, I'm going for 1 hour. If I see a stronger sentiment to my direction, that I'm try to push it a little bit more. Okay, so everything depends on the environment and the context, let's call it like that. Hi Todd, good morning to you, but very good question indeed. I am planning to do a webinar after I'm going to come back from my holiday, which is going to be from the 22nd we are leaving, and we are coming back on the 3rd. But as I've told you, I'm not going to be away every day. I'm going to be here on, I'm just going to tell you, next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for sure. And then on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So I'm going to miss only 2 days per week. So mostly I'm going to be here for you. But again, why I'm telling you that, because after that, I'm going to work full force on the recorded educational things and videos, and one part is going to be the position management, exactly, okay, especially for starter traders, how you can manage the fear and greed side. So it was I think a really good question indeed. All right, traders, so let's just continue quickly with the candidates. Netflix is the next one on my side, advanced 1.5% on the back of Muffet Netens on upgrade to pipe from neutral. Beautiful upgrade for Netflix. Let's see whether it's going to be enough to see this stock even higher. Yeah, well, actually actually, it's obvious all of the big tech stocks got a big punch with this move back, pull back on the market. But Netflix was not that much touched indeed. Like if I'm just checking the daily chart, you see that, for example, last week it was rather advanced and declined, and today is just starting nicely to the upside. Also, be careful because Netflix can be quite spready. Hi, Orlando. Good morning to you. So Netflix is going to be on my long list in cities here as well. It's a pharma stock, 14% lower of the release of the phase 3 trial data for a skin condition treatment. And this looks like that the trials of this drug met the primary endpoints. However, the drug was effective for less than half of the participants who took it in the trial. So that's why we can see this stock inside to the INCY to the downside. Now it's down with 59. That's nice. Okay, I like the daily actually. It has a sentiment to the downside. It's down almost 13%. Average volume is not that good on the daily, in my opinion, but the pre-market volume is great. So you know what, guys? Let's just give it a try to INCY to the short side. All right, what else here? NVIDIA higher investors picked up the shares of the chip making giant, which has tumbled more than 12% over the past months. So yeah, actually, as I just mentioned, you NVIDIA, it's on the crossroad, especially by the crossroad with this possible cross of the 200 EMA and the 50 EMA, which can just be a death cross. Well, let's see whether NVIDIA can just continue this pullback higher. Now it looks like as a possible great long candidate to the upside, and not just NVDA, but I've seen SMCI traders it pushing higher, and even PLTR going to be on my list. Next one is going to be on my list, the Sprouts Farmers Market. This is a food retailer, 1% higher, back of an upgrade by Deutsche Bank. So let's see how does it look like, especially on the pre-market volume side, because this upgrade seems like a good one, a good trigger for more upside, but I'm not quite satisfied with the pre-market volume. This was my fear. It's just 13K. That's why SFM going to go only to my secondary list. Okay, traders, anything on your side? Please just let me know. In the meantime, I'm just checking quickly my big gainers and losers list here. Just a second. As I've seen, coin is moving rather lower, which is not really good. And here is my gainers and losers list. All right, GES, it's a really strong one as I see. AEO, it's a strong too. AEO, American Eagle, which is pushing higher nicely, 7.69% higher. I like AEO traders to the long side. Somehow I just missed the move on Friday. Yes, PLTR, yeah, told AVG, it's always there. And ZIM anticipator, good morning to you. Checking ZIM integrated. Nice pullback on that one as well. And you mentioned AVGO. Lee, are you around? I know he's on vacation, but hopefully he's not going to miss this crazy day on AVGO again. Guys, what's that big pullback? I bet it can be some news related because that looks ugly. Okay, AVGO just on my secondary list. It's just acting weird already in the pre-market, I must tell you. Okay, good. So, do you know what happened with AVGO? It's your favorite. Okay, wow, that looks ugly indeed. I'm just going to check the news soon. So AVGO just to the secondary list traders, but most of the big tech stocks are acting nicely, I mean, to the upside. And you know what? I'm just going to check still Apple, because I must tell you, Apple was one of the big tech stock which just ruined last week tech sector itself. Now finally we see a little bounce on the Apple, still not very strong though. If you just check the pre-market on the Apple, it was down actually like together with the market. Now it's pushing back towards this 214 area, and quite often okay volume, quite often a zero. I want to see a 215 bounce, break over 215. In this case, we will see a bigger pullback. But so far, traders, even despite of the bad economic data which got released before the market open on retail sales and manufacturing index, seems like the market is ready for a little bit more bounce. Let's see what's going to happen. Please, as you know, it's Monday, first half an hour, it's always crazy. So please just be careful there. And on the economic side, we will get one more little news, not too much indeed. It's not very important. Business inventories at 10 o'clock and NAHB housing market index the same time at 10 o'clock, and no more speech, at least so far. No FOMC members, no one is coming for today. So let's just have a beautiful green day VIP room, and I'm going to trade on the YouTube test room as always. So good luck, everyone. Good luck, team. Hi, Ali. And I'm going to see you tomorrow. Bye.
Good morning. 24 Trading Nation. A little bit of quick sound check, please. Can you guys hear me okay? All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend. Obviously some exciting news coming our way. And I'm really looking forward to kind of seeing what Wednesday looks like for us this week. Wednesday's kind of the big day that I've been waiting for. Got our good friend Jerome Powell in the mix. But it's worth noting, we are definitely in a headline-driven market right now. So while we talk about being able to take some trades, and obviously we're seeing a little bounce in the trend, it's worth noting we're still in a downtrend. We are starting to break a little bit of, changing the character, a little bit of this move this morning. But all that to say, I'm kind of keeping a very close eye on some levels this morning. If we can bounce or hold 479.27 here in the pre-market, or even right as we open, we hold that level, we're likely going to bounce to the upside. We start to break that level, we might start look to 478.25. By the way, that's on the Qs. And if we see that level break, we're more than likely going to continue to sell. Cue the disclaimer, not financial advice. Do whatever you want. It's your money. That said, today's going to be a little bit more of a focus for me, at least, on some of the big tech names. I'm also starting to keep a close eye on names in China. So FXI is likely going to be one that I maybe nibble today as a potential swing trade. We'll see. Obviously, AVGO, strong sell-off this morning. So not totally certain what's going on there. But I actually am pulling up some news to see if I can keep a closer eye on what's going on there. But as you guys know, one of my more favorite names currently in that chip side of the house. So, definitely plenty of opportunity out there. So I'll be keeping a close eye on names like Google this morning as well. MSTR for, I'd say, obvious reasons. I think there's just a lot more volatility hitting names like MSTR. So is there a chance for it to move to like that 330 area? There's a good chance. Obviously, we hit kind of a demand zone, which I have marked up at 298, 297. We hit that level on Friday, which I was kind of surprised to see. But if we start showing some resistance there, it might be worth potentially shorting. And then AFRM is in the news. They basically got stomped on basically a deal. So I'll be likely shorting that this morning. So that's kind of what I have thus far. Let me say good morning to everybody. It looks like we've got a few folks with us this morning. Clifton, obviously, good morning. Aggie, thanks for opening us up today. Ali, Anita, good morning. Brian, good morning. Dan, Darian's in the house. Darren, I think Darren, I can't remember. We've got a couple Darrens, but one of y'all recently joined. So welcome. David Orlando's in the house. We've got E-Trader Arena. Good morning. Jay, JC, Jennifer, good to have you back, as always. Almost like you have like perfect attendance, I swear. It's amazing. Jim's in the house. How you doing, Jim? Are you watching Tesla today, I bet? So I think one of your favorites. Karen, good morning. Mark's in the house. Miguel, we got MD in the house. Omri Roman, good morning. Sanal, good morning. Always with the good questions, Sanal, good morning. Scott V's in the house. Seth, good morning. Vikas, Steve C, Vincent. What's up, man? Shout out to you, Vincent. Let's see. We've got the one and only Mr. Q disclaimer. Rick, how you doing, man? Mohammed Khan, Ed, we got a packed house today. So, yeah, exciting opportunity this morning. I'm going to wait for the market to open a little bit. So maybe give it the first 5 minutes or so. Again, big levels that I'm watching on the Qs. Here, let me share what I'm clicking on. That might help just a little bit. Worth noting, guys, appreciate the patience. Literally, I'm riding solo today, and I've got to go get my foot checked out again. Hopefully, I don't need physical therapy nonsense. But so I'll probably take off, let's call it around 10:30 or so, and then I'll definitely be back. I mean, I'm not going to let today go by without trading it. So again, can you guys see this? See my screen? Charts, please. Yeah, thank you, Ali. Appreciate that. Okay, so again, we saw this move overnight, a sell-off. Now we're buying up. So these are the levels I have marked up for the Qs as an example. And obviously this kind of emulates some of the tech names, right? So whether that's Meta or what have you, this is kind of what I'm expecting. Subtle pullback here at the open. If we hold this 479.27, which was right here, my initial change to that character got above here. That's going to be a level. And then on the downside, it's 478.25. So if we start seeing those levels get, approached or even worse, broken, then that'll kind of help me make a decision on where to go this morning. Do we go long and continue to move higher? Great. Let's get that retest now, open, tap it, maybe undercut subtly, and then let's see if we get above that line. Then that's our long position. And if we break this, bounce, and then move lower, well, then we're going to short that. Make sense? So again, cue the disclaimer. It's not financial advice. Your money, do what you want. But that's kind of what I'm keeping an eye on today. We're going to probably have a really tricky market today. There's going to be some form of liquidity grabbing this morning. I'm also keeping a very close eye on Tesla. I think Tesla's got a real chance of falling out of bed again. So we will be open here, y'all, in just a minute or so. So trade safe today, y'all. Again, I'd love to see a nice rally in markets. But again, we were wanting that so that we could frankly short it at some point. But let's see what we get today. Not going to be in a huge rush. I'm waiting for a better setup. And just be patient this morning. Watching MSTR and AFRM, likely going to be in the candidate for first trades today. The firm, I like this. I want to see like 47 get rejected. There's the bounce off of that 479.27. Let's see if we get a small undercut. And this will help. Like basically, we want to take like calls or puts here on the Qs to figure out direction. And then from there, I will trade accordingly, if that makes sense. Okay, it's holding that 479.27. Let's see what the market decides here. Should know pretty soon. Be a little patient here. Again, watching this level, see this 479.27, see how we're there. Maybe we undercut just slightly and then go. But like, I think this is where I'm probably going to get long. And then let's look around for, maybe names like Microsoft that are likely going to move quickly. So I'm going to go Microsoft 387.40, small size, 387.40 Microsoft to start the day. Okay. And I'm going to go call options on the Qs. I think maybe we actually take a shot at 481 to 482. Like you want to see 482 get approached on the Qs for it to be a proper breakout to the upside. So let's see if we get that. Again, what I'm worried about is, do we get people come in, fake out, breakout, or vice versa, right? Like, do we come in here and then just take out the bottom, come in here, take out the top? So let's just, again, be patient here this morning. Very strong push, though. I like it. So I'm going to do call options here on the Qs, 482 strike. Go, baby, go. Worth noting, probably see some resistance right up here at this 480.61. Yeah, I was watching Netflix too, Mark. It's good. It's a good one to keep an eye on. Tesla now down to 240. So let's maybe take a short on Tesla here. Yeah, let's get it under 2. I hate to get it now under 240, but let's just do a market order, see where we end up. Small size here, Tesla. Nice move here on the Qs, call options. Guys, we're going to add to Microsoft over 388. Big move now on the Qs, guys. We are up massive now on these call options. Let's see if we get a little more. I'm actually adding instead of taking a partial because I want to see if we get 482, we should rip. We should rip. So let's wait on that. Netflix, nice move there. Lulu, I'm surprised to see it pop. I thought actually it would, maybe 320 area, then reject and head lower. Don't love the news that we had this morning on retail sales. AFRM, I missed it. Darn it. Anybody take that? That was a beautiful pop and drop there. Boop, boop. Big boom down on the Qs, guys. And Microsoft, we got our ad. So I'm going to see if we get over that close, I'm going to take a partial on both Microsoft and our call options. Guys, watch the Qs here. We should get some violence to the upside. If we get over that 481, like basically pre-market highs, so we're looking at 481.50. If we see that breach, we should see a big solid move to the upside. Let's see if we can get it. I'll probably trim here in a moment. Okay, let's see if we get the turbo button now. Come on. Go, baby, go. All right, guys, taking a partial on Microsoft here in just a moment. Just a moment. Let's see what the Qs do. I'm still holding. I want to see if we get anywhere near this pre-market high, and if we do, I'm going to take some off, and then let's see if we get the proper breakout. Here comes 481. Beautiful move now on the Qs. Let's see if we get a big push now. Come on. Come on. All right, taking some off. Just in case. Just in case, guys. I'll leave some to run. But realistically, this looks like it wants to break out. And if it does break out, then you just let the winners run. So like I've banked it here. I got a kind of crap fill under 41, but that's all right. Here goes Microsoft looking for a 389 print. I don't care what it is, 389 print, anything. I'll take some off here. FXI looks great. I'm going to probably wait for a small pullback here on this candle. But FXI, I really like it. Hopefully I'm not late to the party. Looks like I might be. So 37.80. That stinks. 37.88, guys. I got a fill right here at the top. FXI. Not the best fill, but it's a nibble. Guys, here comes the breakout. Watch the Qs, guys. We should rip now. By the way, was this helpful? We marked the levels here pre-market. So 47 or 47927, hold it, take off. Hold it, take off. Microsoft basically was the canary for me, like looking at strong correlated stocks. Guys, look at this nice move now on the Qs. Beautiful, beautiful move. Beautiful move. Now we get the breakout. I'm going to take a tiny bit more off. Just why not? Let's bank a little profit. There's my TP, if you will, as people call it. Let's wait. Maybe if we get 482, it's going to launch. Any 482 print, guys. We are 4 cents away. There it is. Rock and roll, baby. Breakout time. Woohoo! Just like that, guys. Do we really need much more? I mean, I don't know. You tell me. It's a pretty good day to start. Nice way to kick off a Monday. Cha-ching. And I'm going to take some off Microsoft as well. No, we didn't take Tesla after all, but I do like this bounce for a short. So I'm watching 243 area. Let's see what it does. Guys, beautiful move now in the Qs. Beautiful move. Anybody take it? Anybody? Lulu surprised that it's that strong. Costco, LNG, I still like. This is kind of where I'm going to start rotating some dollars. 221 is a big level on LNG. If we stay above that 221 level, we should hang on above that. So that's kind of what I'm looking for anyways. Cue the disclaimer. I do like Goog. And look at AVGO. Strong recovery, guys. From 187 to 194. What? Okay. All right, guys. So now that we've pushed, let's go back to the Qs here. Big chart for a second. Now that we've pushed here, we're at 482. This is what we should see. This and that. Like, so right now I've taken a partial at 42. I'm not too worried about it. We still have a little bit of size to play around with. But now I want to see a legitimate breakout to the upside where SPY starts to approach 572 as a target. And again, I say that as a target, like it could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be next month, who knows, right? So guys, beautiful. Wow. I'm at it. Really didn't even need to take this thing. Anything else other than the Qs. These call options are absolutely crushing it. Absolutely crushing it. GPM, no. Meta looks great for potentially a short, actually. I'll wait, though. The Qs are pushing. Meta's likely either behind schedule or legitimately weak at the moment. Okay. Up 24% on this trade on the Qs. Come on, baby. It's not a bad day. Not a bad day. Okay, I'm taking a little more off here on the Qs, and then now I just let the rest go. Guys, Netflix, beautiful move. Who was that? Mark? Very nice. PLTR. Let's take a look at PLTR here. I like PLTR. 88. Yeah, maybe 88. I'm gonna short Tesla, guys. It's kind of nerve-wracking because Qs are pushing really strong to the upside. But I'm gonna give it a try. Small nibble. 243.04. We just got in there. 243.04, guys. Tesla 243.04. Again, this one's kind of dangerous because, you know, I'm long the Qs, I'm long Microsoft, but I'm short Tesla. And they typically all play together. So it could be a dangerous game I'm playing here a little bit, but I don't know. I don't really like the weakness of Tesla comparatively speaking. Sorry, let me get rid of these labels here. I don't know, Palantir. I didn't take the trade, but 88 looks good. And then I'd be careful. Netflix around 958. 958 might start to top out a little bit, maybe 960. If Tesla breaks 241.70, I'll add. You know what I'm looking at here? Costco strong move. Wow, okay. Look at the strength right now in this market. AFRM dumpster fire, probably worth a short as well. Watching Tesla here, I'll put Tesla up right here. I do like Google, but that's got to be more of like a swing trade. I could be wrong on Tesla. It's happened before. Realistically, if Tesla finds strength today along with the Qs, I mean, the Qs are rocking it right now, then 273 becomes a reality for Tesla. Yeah, I said it. That's 30 points away. But it's going to need a little help. So let's see where we end up. Like right now, obviously, we want it to go down. MSTR, I'm watching for kind of the same thing. Like if we get above this level, 295 area, maybe it's an opportunity to go long. If not, then dump it. And then the same thing with Tesla. If Tesla starts to move above this 245, 246 area, I'll dump my short and then go long. So let's just be patient there on that one. Don't mind it moving slightly against right now, but that's okay. Hopefully it doesn't jump like $3 out of nowhere. How we doing, y'all? What else are we watching? MSTR. Here, let me pull that up. All right, guys, getting ready to take some more off of Microsoft here. Guys, PLTR, I like it. MSTR is the one I want short. Oh, I'm gonna use options. No way, that's so expensive. Yikes. No way. Hey guys, getting ready to add to Tesla here. I think I get it. Oh my God, they're so expensive. Come to Papa, Tesla. Come to Papa. I'm going to switch to possibly some put options here on Tesla. 230, they're $4. Nah. Okay, let's see what happens with MSTR here. Does it fake out and break out right now? That's what I'm kind of worried about, MSTR. Maybe a small nibble here, 290. 290. This is what I'm worried about. Like going here and then turning around to the upside like this. Let's not do that, please. 291. I'll just mark it, Phil, a nibble. Okay, we're in MSTR. Not my favorite entry at all. Okay, that's good. That worked out. Let's see what happens here, guys. Tesla's making me a little nervous now. Feels like it could be a trap. So I need to see some confirmation on Tesla, please. You know, base, now we're holding. Like, no, I don't like that. So I might have to dump my Tesla and then go long. And the same exact thing might happen to me on MSTR. I'll be patient. FXI, we're up a whopping 5 cents. Woohoo! Microsoft doing okay. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a little more off the cues here. I think we're gonna get a pullback here any moment. Tesla feels very, very trappy. I don't know what else to call it. MSTR though, we take out that low a day. I'm in. I'll add like a decent size. Let's see if we can get that move. That would be great. Maybe we get down to like 280-ish. There it is. Let's get a break now under the low session. That'd be great. Under 288. MSTR, thank you. Okay, here comes the break MSTR. Any moment, we should get it here. Don't you dare find some support there, guys. Keep an eye on the cues. MSTR, come on. And here comes Tesla. Guys, here comes the break on MSTR. Should be violent. Should be. I'm looking for a, like, you know, maybe a 485. Something like that. And Tesla looking for under a session low. Guys, watch the cues. Getting heavy now. Be careful. Remember we talked about pre-market. This is like 479.27. You want to see that level hold. So technically we've got plenty of room to the downside as a pullback. So if you missed the long, that's maybe your opportunity. Guys, I'm going to take a little bit off of MSTR here in just a moment. We just broke session lows. Okay. Now it's free money on MSTR. We'll not let this go to red at all. Let's see if we get the follow through at the 285 price target like I wanted, like maybe 284, 285 area. Tesla should go now. Come on, Tesla. Time to dump. What is that? 238 it got to? So we've got some room. Keep it on the cues, guys. Remember to watch that level. 479.27. You need to see that hold if you want to stay bullish on the day, guys. Cue the disclaimer. Look at MSTR looking nice now. Like it, I like it. Come on, Tesla. Guys, I'm going to probably dump my Microsoft position in just a moment. It's close to my entry. That's fine. We took partials on the way up. MSTR looking beautiful here. Let's get that 285 to 284 area if we can. And take a little bit more off here, just a tiny bit. But I want to see that 284, 285 area, guys. Watch the cues, watch the cues, watch the cues. And just like that, folks, make money in both directions. So now we've got Tesla short, we've got MSTR short, Microsoft. I actually can hang on for a little bit. It's fine. Let's not be afraid to pair ourselves, guys, on some of these names. Tesla, though, really making me nervous. This should have broke on that move right there with Q's hanging lower. That really should have put a break on the Tesla trade, and now I'm worried it's going to get excited and move to the upside. So I may dump Tesla, guys. We'll see. We got a nice move on MSTR. We got a nice move on Qs and Microsoft this morning. I just don't like what I'm seeing right now. This is why we paid ourselves, guys, on the way down, even on MSTR. The thing moves so violent. I'm starting to like Tesla for a long now again. Brutal. If Tesla doesn't break to the downside right now, I probably will go long. But it needs to happen like very soon. FXI, I'm going to add here on FXI. Still hanging on to Microsoft. MSTR, glad we got paid on it, but I'm not going red on this trade. So let's see what happens with the runners. Strong bounce on the Qs. Yeah, Microsoft's still looking okay. I might actually add to Microsoft and dump this Tesla position because it's getting a little too excited. This is a trap, guys. I'm going to probably trim Tesla. I'm going to keep it, but I'm going to trim it just because I don't want to have exposure if it does decide to rip to the upside. It's getting tricky now. FXI working well. Not a huge mover, but it's breaking out, so that's good. Q's about to make a decision here. All right, guys, I'm going to probably get run over here on Tesla. That's unfortunate. Barely hanging on, barely. You're looking at Palantir, so yeah. Not gonna hang on to Tesla much longer, guys. I'm telling you. Like, then 246 becomes a reality. It's only $1.50 right now, so I'm not too worried about it. But we did get an ad, which is concerning. Nice move on Palantir, guys. By the way, I think some of you guys were getting in there around $88. FXI finally breaking out, guys. Look at that. Got a nice add to that trade. I'm gonna let it grow just as a smaller amount. So technically, it could go to like break even. I could care less, but I think it take off. So see if we get, I don't know, 39.40. I'm no clue. All right, Tesla, come on, baby. Sorry, Elon. I'm not trying to short against you, bud. It's just stocks. Seth, you were in Amazon, it looks like. Again, apologies, guys. I'm riding solo today, so. Yeah, it's concerning though when you see, so you got Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Netflix. Oh, we see Tesla. What's NVIDIA doing? We haven't talked about NVIDIA. Look at this. Oops. Oopsie. I mean, if NVIDIA is going to go anywhere, it's going to go to 118 next. So here's your line in the sand there. I'm saying if you're thinking it's going to go down, but if we start holding in around this 122 area, then go visit 130. The Qs are just incredibly strong today, but certain names are like Apple, surprisingly weak. Guys, look at FXI go now. Woohoo! I'm gonna wait till that thing stops printing green, and then I'll take a partial. I still got my call option on the Qs. I don't have a big size anymore, but if that breaks below, I'm gonna call it 480.80 again on the Qs, then I'm gonna dump it. But if we continue to hold up here, guys, I'm getting really concerned about holding on to Tesla because Tesla can just rip $1 or $2, like to the upside. Right now, I'm short Tesla, so I don't like sitting around and waiting like this because it feels like a trap. It feels like I'm gonna get either run over or I'm gonna get they're going to move it up enough just for me to cover and then sell off. You know what I mean? So I don't want to be in that position. I'd rather wait for the confirmation of the move. So I'm not going to give up on it yet, but I am going to probably get out of the trade and get back into the trade if we start to move higher. It just feels like it's going to be a pump and dump. We'll change a character here. This is what we want to see, this fail right here. So if those anybody in Tesla short with me? Anybody? So this is what I wanted to see. Like, this move has to fail. It cannot continue to stay above here. If it stays above here, then we're going to take off. But right now, I like this rejection. If I see continued rejection to this VWAP, I might actually be adding to this downside move here. So it's I don't like this, how tricky it is right now. It makes me nervous. Whereas like, FXI, it's pretty simple. Oops. Pretty simple trade. Get in and add. Right? So Microsoft's getting strong. Apple's whatever. The Qs are pretty strong today though. I'm looking around wondering like where are they getting that strength? Tesla's not doing too well. Nvidia's not doing too well. What do you guys think? Should we short Nvidia? I like it under 121. Maybe. Let's do it. 121.01. Let's see. 121.01. Nvidia. There goes MSCR, guys. There's our 384 print. Let's take a little more off there. Yes. Yes. Now let the rest go. We are in NVIDIA as well. I'm going to take some off of FXI. Still the Microsoft trade. And then, I don't know, Tesla's really just, I'm going to puke. It's like a roller coaster ride right now. Come on, NVIDIA. All right, guys, we're going to see a pullback in the Qs any moment. Any moment. Okay. If we get under that 480.80 on the Qs, which we're about to do it right now, I'm going to dump these call options because I think we start to aim lower. Let's see if we get the break on Tesla now. We got it on NVIDIA. Again, I'm not getting too excited yet, but 118 ideal target on NVIDIA, maybe 119, low 119s. Tesla, I want to see like literally 420 something, but we'll definitely get paid on the way down if we decide to crash. Let's see, short 121. Darren, you're short Tesla too. Yeah, this I don't. What I don't like about it is like, see how it's holding this VWAP, and we see all this sporadic movement on the Qs up and down and left and right, and Tesla's holding. This to me is showing that people don't like they're buying all the sell imbalance right now. But if the sellers continue and the buyers just move away, then they'll let it tank. They'll just go, you know what? Fine, we'll buy it down here, and then down we go. But the opposite is also true, right? Like because we're holding this and the Qs are literally like, I mean, they're pulling back now. But like this hasn't made a definitive move yet, and it's been beaten down quite a bit. The rally point for Tesla is really somewhere around, 262, so 20 points to the upside. So does it like, zap a little lower and then bounce? I don't know, right? Right now I'm trying to like I thought we'd have the chance here to retest these lows, and we haven't yet. So this is making me a little nervous. Now it's not so bad, but still, like I want to really see a push all the way down. Here comes Nvidia. Let's go. If we break 120 on Nvidia, I'm gonna hammer it. Guys, watching Meta as well at 605. Let's see what it does. So we're out of the call options on the Qs. Realistically, Qs are bouncing off the 200 right now. I think we need to see a little bit more of a pullback here on the Qs. Come on, Tesla. What are you doing? Ridiculous. Ridicolo. Rick. Sure. Yeah, for those of you guys that are watching or posting trades, whatever you can to post them here would be greatly appreciated. I know we've got a smattering of experienced traders, and it helps to know, trades that you're looking at, B, you're looking to enter, and it's good, bad, or indifferent. It's okay. Like sometimes some trades work out, they don't, some don't. But worth noting, obviously, everybody has their own trade risk tolerance, etc. Like right now, even with Tesla, I've been trying to be patient, Nvidia being patient, MSTR being patient. Whatever you can do to post your trades, like we love to get your thoughts. You know what I mean? If Tesla doesn't break the low of session right now, I will take a partial. And it's not going to be my favorite partial, but what can you do? Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it, guys. Oh, Tesla. Waste of money this morning on Tesla. Total waste. Total waste. Yeah, here come the bulls that are going to try to run everybody over. I'm not messing with it. I'm going to dump it right here, guys, in 3, 2. It's like more or less a break-even trade right now. It's brutal. Suppose the good news is MSTR worked out, so that's always nice. Let's see what else we got, guys. Sorry, I'm keeping a close eye on Tesla because it can move points at a time. Let's see. Took your profits on Nvidia short. I don't trust it going down more. Yeah, well, that's where I'm at too. Look at the Qs, right? The Qs are trying to hold up. It bounced off the 200. We're holding above that 480.88, and now we're seeing, when the bulls are showing up, they're literally trying to spike and get an emotional response from, especially like retail traders. They might go whoa, 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 right, and then just get out of position. And that's kind of the trouble. A name like Tesla can move 3, 4, 5, 6 points in a blink of an eye with a headline, right? So, like, it's hard for me to get excited right now over 50 cents up on Tesla, 80 cents up on Tesla. You know what I mean? But I'm like tempted to just like trim it up and move on. Let's find the next thing, Let's look. Mark, I appreciate you, man. Try, but your setup is on one desk across the other room, 10 feet away. I have to roll over to type it in. Yeah, no worries, man. It's all good. Michael P. I can't post before as my style is large size and scalp. My trades are usually like 30 seconds to 3 minutes. Yeah, I would argue I'm kind of the same too. I like to take scalps. All right, guys, I'm going to take some off of Tesla. Maybe this is the move. Maybe I should have been more patient, but like I'm green on the trade now, so I'm going to give it a couple more seconds to see if we break that structure to the downside. But I don't like that every time we get that jolt to the downside that we find buyers. So it feels very trappy right now, and I'm not doing it. So I just took a small trim. I can't even call it a partial. It's basically a joke. But I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. MSTR looking great. I'll let the rest kind of do its thing on that. maybe we bounce here, guys. We tagged the 200 EMA 1, 2, 3, 4 times in the last 5 minutes, and we bounced every single time. So fingers crossed. I still have a short on Tesla. It's not as big. So I basically took all the ad that I put on and some of my original size. So we still have some size that if it does break, awesome. If it moves above, call it even 244. So it'll be a baby loser if it moves against, but a decent winner if it moves in favor. But MSTR is awesome. This is like exactly what I was hoping for. And now I mean, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? I wish I held the full size all the way down, but I don't have, I'm not made of steel. What can I say? Because this thing, I mean, you've seen it, right? It moves like $2-3 in either direction at any given time. But beautiful move here on MSTR. Now I'd like to see anything below 480 would be amazing, which I don't know. You tell me. Yeah, come on, Tesla, right on. You made money on Tesla already. I did, yeah. Yeah, but it's not, I mean, a point and change is not what I was looking for on a move like that, You get an entry, you see that entry works, so you add, and then you're expecting the break to happen, and then you get this nonsense, So I just trimmed. Like for me, that's considered a trim. It's technically I took a partial, but it's a trim. Because like I'm looking at Microsoft turning around here, getting stronger. Qs are getting stronger. Like Tesla could easily run me over, and I don't want to take part of that. Let's see. Sorry guys, I'm trying to stay up with the reading. AVGO under 193 to pre-market with support on Friday. My trades are only 5-10 minutes, but hold partials throughout the day. If it runs, targets would be 192, 180. Right on. Thanks, Darren. Appreciate you posting that. Someone's watching Netflix long. View up. Look at you guys. Thank you for doing that. Look at you guys. Especially when I'm riding solo today, like today. Guys, it's super helpful. So thank you for doing that. Look at you guys posting your trades. Awesome. Thank you guys for that. Come on, Tesla. Darren's on it. Yeah, take what the market gives you, DVG, especially with Tesla. Yeah, you're right. Amen to that, brother. Amen. No doubt, man. I'm grateful. Like I said, I'm not complaining. It's just, let's say, for example, on Tesla, like a big move is coming on Tesla, based on what I'm seeing now. So like this consolidation actually feels like if the Qs continue to stay stronger, we might get that pop on Tesla because it wants to fill a gap up to like 262 to 273. That's like 20, 30 points away, right? That said, there's so much negativity around it that like it's leading the charge to the downside, similar to like Meta. Meta's kind of leading the charge to the downside. Apple kind of hanging out towards the downside. So there's definitely, I'd say, favored companies right now in these moves. And Tesla right now is 50-50, which is a dangerous place to be because Tesla is not a stock you want to trade with a flip of a coin. You know what I mean? Look at Microsoft looking really strong this morning. Looking more broadly at other markets, looking at like Walmart. Let's look at Walmart real quick. Costco. I'm not going to give Tesla too much, maybe 244. So I'll risk like 60 cents, 70 cents. $243, and yeah, anyway. Man, I already got paid on it. I just, come on. And Nvidia's now concerning a little bit. I mean, it's 15 cents, 20 cents. It's not too bad. SPY looking like it's about to break out any moment. And worth noting, guys, I'm going to cut out of here probably in about 10 minutes, and then I'll be back for sure later this afternoon. Let's talk about what we got in the news coming up. So we've got 1136 and 3-month bill auction. And then other than that, it's kind of headline type news. So again, literally Trump could say something in like 5 minutes. You don't know. Pantera Baba, nice pullback, looks good. Yeah, I do like a lot of the China names right now. And then I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think PDD reports this week. If I'm not mistaken, Pinduoduo. Let me double check. Where is it? Come on. I'm trying to zoom into this and I can't. All right, let's see. We've got. Yeah, I could have swore they report this week. Or maybe I misread that. Oh, yeah, they do on Thursday. PDD. Micron reports this week on Thursday. Nike on Thursday after the close. FedEx after the close. Lennar Homes, which wouldn't be surprised if they fall off a cliff. Remind me, guys, to talk about my housing thoughts. I don't know. Well, maybe I have time now. But like Luminar, interesting. They kind of had a smear campaign against Tesla over the weekend. So that's kind of interesting. The YouTuber might get sued by Tesla, but Luminar was the one that was trying to do a competitive LiDAR type test. So they report Thursday. That's going to be kind of interesting to see if that helps their stock price at all. What else? Five Below, who cares about them? I mean, I shouldn't say that. Sorry, Five Below. It's just not my style of stock, I suppose. Guys, look at this nice move on MSTR. This is freebie money. I love this. You guys should have been telling me the whole time, DVG. What is it? Is it HODL? Is that what everybody says now these days? Where you just like hold on? I don't know. I'm not cool enough to know the newest terms. Let me do something here. So I don't know if you guys look left. I know you do, but like these are all levels that matter. So if we push and we can hold, then this becomes like your new target, 491 on the Qs. So 10 points away. And it easily could happen, but given where we're at with things, we could also easily toilet, right? So this is a level I remember we talked about 241.05 for how long? Like literally like the last four sessions, 3-4 sessions, 241.05 on this Tesla trade. Look where we are right now, holding it like a champ. Now, if we break that, maybe we get our hallelujah moment. Let's see. Intel over 26, Rick. I'm not sure. I'll pull it up in a sec, though. Give me a sec. Tesla, I thought they wanted us to be green vehicles. Now they want to destroy Tesla. Yeah, I know, Michael, right? This 241.05 needs to stop holding for my position if it's going to work. Last chance Tesla, closely watching SPY and Qs too. Yep, same, Darren. Yep. I'm right there with you, man. Let's see, Mark. I was watching Coin under Friday's close. When you took MSTR, I didn't get it, though. Oh, bummer. Yeah, the only reason why I mean, I like Coin, as you guys know. I think it's kind of tightly correlated. Guys, look at Microsoft go now over 390. The trouble is like if you look at Coin's model and MSTR's model, like MSTR is becoming a hedge that's, you're paying. Like if you're an investor, you're getting free exposure, basically. through, a convertible bond. So it's kind of like a hedge a little bit. So I'm not mad at it. It's a smart move if you're an investor to, you buy MSTR via the bonds to then they in turn go buy more Bitcoin, and your bond yields X, whatever that X is, and it's typically going to be greater than, let's just say 5%. So I just think it's pretty cavalier for Saylor to literally use his company as a leverage tool. This is what it is. Like, I'm not mad. It takes some stones to do that. You know what I mean? I'm over here worried about $1 or $2 in one direction. This guy's taking his entire company that he built from the ground up. It's a software company that sells, proper software, and is going, nah, let's see if we can double our money off of how much revenue did we make last year? It's pretty wild. And you start looking at things in that perspective. But I do think there's going to be benefactors like I think Google is also a good name. I actually like its valuation down here at this 165 to 168 area. If you guys remember, I was trying to buy it at 167 and then I got stomped. So I'm keeping an eye on this level because I know it's a big level. Like last time we got rejected, I think it was maybe right here. What day was that? Last week, right? March 11th. Yeah. And then it went down instead of going up. And we're kind of right at that same level again. So we shall see. We shall see. I'm still in this NVIDIA short, which I'm not feeling so confident about it when you look at, again, Microsoft is really strong today. Not sure what's going on there. Watch the cues here, getting heavy. We got real sellers stepping in now. Real sellers are stepping in. This ain't profit taking. Let's see if the bulls say, no, not today. Better luck next time. Let's see what Oracle's doing. Okay, Oracle looks okay. LMT. Brilliant. That's a swing that I have on, guys. LMT. Here comes the break on Tesla. Finally. Jeez. Took forever. Um, 181. See, what I was trying to say is, if you look at Coinbase, for example, how they make their money, they make their money round trip. So if you're buying crypto, you pay a fee. You're selling crypto, you pay a fee. Now, granted, they have their whatever Coinbase One, whatever the heck, but then you got to pay $300 a month for it. $300 a month. What? That's crazy to me. $300 a month? Palantir looking weak. I heard Oracle maybe buying TikTok. Maybe. I mean, heck, right now, what's his name? Mr. Beast is trying to buy TikTok. I mean, there's a few people actually trying to get that bid, right? So Palantir has a really big red candle. Yeah, the only thing, look, I think Palantir, first of all, we had a massive run up, right? Which was amazing. And I think, what did it get up to? $125, something like that. So the trouble is they're tied. A lot of their revenue comes from who? Comes from the government, right? So if we see government tighten up spending, this, that, whatever, you're probably going to see it here. The one thing that I will say is if you're a long-term investor in Palantir, I wouldn't worry about this pullback. Might be an opportunity to buy more, to be honest. Because A, the revenue's there. B, they're not losing their contracts because they're multi-year contracts, big investment type contracts. And again, I'm not saying it can't pull back. It totally can. I mean, let's look at a big chart real quick, right? Palantir. Daily, actually just look 4 hours. I mean, look at that chart. Straight up. right? And it was at $30, $18. Like I bought it at I think 12, 14, and $18 is where I bought it. I bought it like, right around when it first came out. And I was like, oh yeah, YOLO, and held it. And then when it pulled back, I'm like, whoa, this sucks. And then bought a little bit more on the way back up through my entry. But it's more in my long-term portfolio, so I don't mind holding on to it. But it is a interesting one to watch in the sense that like they're tied to the government. So as soon as we hear that like people are cutting this, that, and whatever, like it's pretty notable when that happened. So that's I would say the only risk right now with Palantir is, people are losing jobs and all this other stuff, getting laid off in the government. Finally, guys, Tesla, finally. Ha. But that said, I'm going to take some off here in just a moment. Let's wait for this red candle to finish it. Let's see it close. Maybe we get under this session low like we are in NVIDIA. Thank you. Anybody in this NVIDIA trade? Let's go. Let's go. All right, guys, listen, I got to bounce here in a minute, but I'll be back. So let me see if I can get back. I don't know, maybe sometime around noon or so. But in the meantime, look, here's the good news. We've got some runners. I've got a little bit left on MSTR. Actually, just when this bounce happened, I took a little bit more off because I wasn't sure if we're going to turn around. We've got a few left here on Tesla. So let's see what we do here. I'm going to, maybe we crack the low. That would be awesome. Let me be quick on the draw here. Quick on the draw. Let's see. Maybe we get the break. Come on, break, break, break. What do you guys think? NVIDIA, should we take some? All right, taking a small partial there on Tesla. Maybe I'm going to take a little bit off of NVIDIA, just a little bit, because I think we maybe get a push down. I'm going to put it right here under 119.18. So I'll put 118.92 for my real partial. Let's see if we hit that target profit while I go get my foot checked out. Tesla, though, the remainder, I'm going to put it up here. Stop loss will be at 244. And then basically once I get to my physical therapy, then I'll just probably move my stop, further down unless we get a break. If we get a break now, I might move my stop here to like 240.5. If we get a break, like a legitimate break. Come on. Oh, shoot. Well, guys, I got to go. Look, trade safe. I will be back. Hopefully you guys were able to take part of some of these trades this morning. We kicked some tail. But seriously, I'll try to be back. Let's shoot for noon or so. How many of you guys can I count on being here around 12 o'clock, or should I just see you guys tomorrow? What do you think? What do you guys think? Seth, you'll be on tomorrow. All right, right on. Mark, you'll be here. Cool. Yeah, I figure, if no one wants to be around, then that's cool. I'll just, see you guys tomorrow. But I'm planning on trading a little more this afternoon. Paul, you're always here. Cool. 50-50, Michael. Right on. Well, listen, for those of you guys who be here, I'll do my best to be back on around 12 o'clock, give or take a few minutes. But so far, pretty good morning. Ups and downs, right? The ebbs and flows of markets. Keep a very close eye on, if you guys remember, these levels. And it's sort of your change of character levels here pre-market. So it's 479.27 on the Qs. I use the Qs as my, it's a good way to kind of detect the weather, if you will, for the day. So 478.25 if you're looking to the downside break. Oops, somehow got rid of that. There we go. And then 479.27. So I'll leave this screen up if that's okay. Or do you guys want to see 4? But here's the big levels. So let me actually make these a little bit thicker. There we go. So there's that. And there's this. Cue the disclaimer, right? But this is kind of what you're looking for like if you want to see bullish behavior, you want this level to stay support. This is kind of your last chance if you're trying to be bullish. Otherwise, you start breaking below here. Time to get pretty bearish. So, all right, guys. We will see you around noon. Cheers. God bless. All right, Joe, we still here? Right on, Mark. Thank you. Thank you. Well, so right now, got some call options in the queues. If you guys remember, that's why I had this up briefly. Just getting back. All behold this 478.25. Okay, about it. We got in these call options right around here. Once we got over the first go around, I'd like to see high of day for the call options. They expire Friday, so technically I can hold on to them for a while. They're at the 480 strike, so let's see if we can get a push. I'd like to see it, somewhere up here, ideally. I'm also in the Microsoft trade, keeping an eye on Meta here below 600. I want to see what it does. If it does pick up some volume above 600, you could definitely run to 605 to maybe even 610. So keeping an eye on those. Again, in those big tech names, we took a partial here. I got filled while I was getting the foot checked out, so that's pretty cool. Here on NVIDIA for the big partial. And we still have a couple runners left. As for the Tesla trade, we got filled. I'm happy. If it goes lower, fine, but I'm already out of that trade. But I'm looking for bulls to put on a little bit of a clinic at this point. I think we're going to probably see some buy side volume coming in the afternoon session. Now, granted, it could easily turn to the downside, but I'm getting pretty bullish right now, assuming that we get this push on the Qs. So if we get this push on the Qs, great. Microsoft should work out as well. I'll probably add over 387. So just, 4 cents, 5 cents over my initial entry. But I really want to see a big igniter candle to get above this VWAP on the Qs. And fingers crossed we get it soon. Surprised to see names like Lulu popping higher. Also watching Netflix in and around this 958 to 960 area. We talked about it today. I don't know if it has much more room above it, but you never know. If we get a big bullish push, maybe we see that in Netflix. I don't know. But because it's consumer facing, I'm a little bit less prone to that. It's kind of like Apple with its kind of faded move higher. Kept going lower, and then it just barely is trying to hold on to this 210 level. Let's look around. MSTR bouncing, looking around at names also like Eli Lilly, kind of the healthcare space collectively, and then IWM, keeping an eye on that. 200 is such a big level for it. It got just underneath it and then found buyers. I think longer term, I'll probably be shorting IWM soon, but there's a good chance we might see some buyers as we look to. Sorry, guys, give me a second. I'm going to add to Microsoft here. All right. Not my favorite ad, but it's okay. 387.05. Again, want to see us inch higher, right? And get above this level here. So if we should, push over the Qs, then maybe we get that new session high. And that's kind of what we're aiming for at the moment. I don't really trust Tesla just yet unless we get over maybe 237. And if you guys remember, that's been a new defined level. PLTR looks okay. I just don't like it under this 200 right now. I also am watching banks. So JPM, Goldman Sachs are my two favorites in the space. I'll put JPM here. It looks like Mark's watching Coin here at 186. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that being interesting. Just saw the Qs literally push right to the VWAP. Now we got to take out the VWAP. And once we watch what happens. If we get above this VWAP, we should spike to right about here. in one igniter candle. Now, granted, because it's the VWAP, we could see some additional selling, but I like this right here, this, buy side imbalance that's showing up here. And then we see some sellers step in here, which means there's overhead supply. So if bulls are going to try to step up, they're definitely going to want to test that level. So we'll be patient and we'll see if we can get a move. That would be amazing if we did. We're seeing Microsoft move in favor right now, which is nice. I'll change Palantir out. Keeping it on the 5-minute for now just gives me a little bit better insight to what's happening. You see this nice, beautiful candle setting up here. Now we just take out this 387.85 and then 390 becomes a pretty solid reality. I'm watching Meta. It's been beaten down quite a bit. I don't know if I love that chart, to be honest, but MSTR, Coin, both looking like we're gaining some strength in that space. So it could be a cool scalp. I'm not going to take it here at the high breakout, but it sounds like, Mark, you might have. Quick buck, right on. Nice trade, bud. And if you look at even so, the importance of like time frames too. So I've got one screen with 5 minute, one screen with 1 minute, and then I've got I keep an eye on just dailies and hourlies. Like right now, the 1 hour chart seems to be working pretty well for what big money is doing or institutional money. But notice how Microsoft literally came up to this 200, tagged it, and then slowed down. So what we want to see off of this bounce is a strong push to at least the close on names like Microsoft. And then we should see the same thing on the Qs. So we just got up there again. We're tagging the VWAP. We just got above. We saw some rejection right there at that white line right there. That's the VWAP. But I'm looking for a big spike now. We should get it to this 480.80 level. And it should be a vicious move to take out these buyers and sellers to prove that there's some liquidity there. And then get a push to the top side breakout. That's what I'm hoping for. But just note, like, I'm looking for something like this. That's what I'd like to see. But the way it stands, obviously from here, we can go to here and then to here and then maybe to here and then go down. So there's kind of two ways to look at it, right? I think given the fact that we had a strong push here pre-market after a nice strong sell-off here, and we saw it pick up, and then we pushed that 482. Really, it's 481. It's kind of the big level I think it needs to clear for us to see bullish behavior. But 482 is like almost like a certainty for a push, and we got it right. So we got that this morning up to 483.02. Or sorry, 483.14. Sorry, high of day. And I want to see it at least get retested. And if it does retest, there's a good chance we just break out. And the trouble with where's the auto rally for something like this? You could argue it's here at this 486, right? Or up here at 491. And then if you're up at 491, does 500 become a reality? If you guys remember, we were talking about Wyckoff distributions and markdowns, excuse me. You want to see a bounce that's significant enough to represent some form of, like, I don't want to call it a shoulder, but we can call it that. Or maybe like this 493 area becomes in play, or 491 up in this area. And then when we start seeing rejection in this level, then yeah, it may make sense to short it depending on where we're at in overall markets with headlines, blah, 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 right? So we're just trading kind of overall technical order flow price action. And again, we can reject here at the VWAP and head lower. And if it does, then we'll just get out of the trade. It's not a big deal. But in the event that we do in fact push, I'd love to take part of that with call options that expire on Friday. And we're now in the money at 480. So let's see if we can get a bigger move to the upside. And that'll likely, was it rising tide lifts all ships? We should see that reflect in some of these names that have been beaten down. Coin obviously is more of a risk on type trade. So let's definitely keep a closer eye on some of these names here. Banks we want to see improve. The good news is JP Morgan, I talked about this 225 level and unfortunately missed it, but beautiful rally holding this 233 so far. You really want to see like the 240s on a JP Morgan, like 240, 242, something like that in that area to show that banks are still kind of in the mix. Mark, appreciate you asking how's the foot. It's okay. I'm just gonna have to be in a boot for a couple more weeks and then we should be fine. But moving to like a soft cast. So hopefully that'll heal up soon and appreciate you asking. Yeah. Silly things, break a foot. Who knew? Anyways, I'm going to grab a quick snack. Let's keep an eye on, again, some of these names here. Yeah, a couple more weeks. Yeah. Rick, what stocks are you looking at, man? Here come the cues, by the way. It's a nice move. Let's see if we get a big push over this 480.80 level. And if we do, then we should see some follow through to the high of session. I just really thought we'd see a little more. I know we're approaching lunch and stuff, but I thought we'd see like a, pushed about here, like 482 and a half ish by now, like a big igniter candle. I don't like that we're holding the VWAP so well, putting in a doji right now. Like that's not comforting. That's telling me that bulls bears 50-50 right now. Look at that perfect doji. I need to see an igniter for this bullish move to continue, but we shall see. Just being patient. I also don't like the other trade we have on right now. Microsoft continues to reject this 200. That's not giving me the warm and fuzzies. I need to see a push. I will be patient and not getting too excited over 40 cents, 30 cents. Yeah, well, if you look at Mark saying I think 2 o'clock more volume comes in, you're probably right. I mean, right now, if you look at from 3:30 to 4 is where a majority of the volume is coming into markets daily right now, which is usually the buy or sell on close type orders that are coming in. There's also a rise in dark pools, which is also kind of concerning because you could see, let's say, for example, here when we had the bond auction, dark pools said, nope, I want out, and they dumped it. So I was watching this at this 386.25 level, and we held. So we came up, held it here, and I was like, okay, I'll try a long position. So I tried it early up in this area, and then we got the move finally. The trouble is, like, I need to see follow through, and we're not getting it right now, unfortunately. So I have no problem dumping my position and knowing when I'm wrong. Right now, we're up a little bit on the call options, which is nice. About break even now on this Microsoft trade. All right, guys, I'm going to go grab a snack. I have these positions on. I will be right back. Well, that little snack cost me a point on both the Qs and Microsoft, I guess, while I was away. We'll still be patient. I don't mind these tests, right? Because technically we're putting in higher lows, right? Higher highs off the bottom here. But I do need to see some conviction in the trade. In many ways, like because these markets are kind of flip flopping sideways ish, like if you look here, we know that there's volume here on names like Microsoft, the highs, right? Here's the bottom. So maybe folks trying to protect that Friday level. If we start breaking that level, we could be in trouble and start aiming lower. Qs are the same, right? If you look left, a lot of money sitting here for Friday, but they bought probably down here, maybe even Thursday here at the close. So for them to take profit here, I could see it. Obviously don't want to see anything below this green box for my long position. And after seeing this rejection here, it's very possible, unfortunately. So sometimes it pays to just wait for the confirmation. You might be late to the trade, but if you get up over this 481, that's, I'd say, a more confirmed move to the upside versus trying to buy some of these dips and wait for the push. I'll put NVIDIA here. Yeah, trouble too is you see NVIDIA selling off. You got Jensen Huang going to speak tomorrow about their big conference, NVIDIA conference happening now this week. So maybe people just trying to get out of the way in case, I don't know. But so long as NVIDIA is aiming lower, it's going to be hard for the Qs to move higher. We need to see a bigger bounce here. And I don't know. This looks like people selling into NVIDIA pretty good today. That said, hoping that we see a push on some of the other leaders, this being one of them, to help push markets a little higher here. Would love to see 390 on this Microsoft trade, but 389, I'll take a partial for sure. And right now the Qs are breaking lower thanks to NVIDIA. Again, watching the 478.27 level. If it breaks that, I'm going to probably have to get out of these call options on the Qs, which is unfortunate. But I won't use that as an exact number for a stop. I want to see some aggressive sell through this level if it happens. So right now we're being protected by the 200 EMA on the 5 minute. And important to use multiple time frames, bigger ones better, right? But we got above the 200 here, VWAP rejected us. Now we're down below the 200 and the VWAP. But then when you look at it, the 5 minute, it tells a little bit of a different story. We've kind of been holding this 5 minute 200 EMA pretty well. But if we start breaking below it, well, you see what happens when that happens. Straight down, right? So no guarantees. Maybe there's a little pump, fake out, breakout. I don't know. But I'm still feeling pretty bullish based on the price action we saw this morning. This is a pretty big buy up and change of character twice on the way up. So I think if bulls are going to try to make a stand, today's the day. And if anything, it's just to, get some of that, get a squeeze going. We have what looks like kind of like a double bottom here, right? So again, just depends on how you want to look at it. There's definitely room still to the downside. You're not seeing my screen. Really? Let me see. Can you see my screen? Jeff's going long SMCI. Let's see. Okay. What's AMD doing? Does you guys remember 102.50 was my target on AMD on Friday? Technically hit it in the pre-market. So does that mean that Amir has to fulfill his side of the wager? I don't know. Didn't happen during the open session, but it happened pre-market. Looking for a scalp on a pop SMCI. Okay, cool. Let me pull it up. Yeah, you're just maybe looking for a little pop to the VWAP. You remember even all day today, right? It was like, it feels kind of tricky. It feels like trappy. And I feel like right now the Bulls might be trying to trap Bears a little bit today because Bears have had their way, for the last, I don't know, several weeks now. So obviously no guarantees, but right now it's I guess the beauty of hedging, you know what I mean? Like I think there's a higher propensity to want to push. If you're a bull, you want to push 484, 485, like scare off some of all the shorts that were back here, even on like Thursday. So you get your squeeze at the close, right? Now, do you get the continued squeeze so that anybody that's still in here, because maybe they shorted way up here, maybe you squeeze them a little further. You know what I mean? Again, no guarantees, but it's kind of what I'm fingers crossed a little bit. You know what I mean? And we're just so close to this level to break lower that I think Bears are going to really try to push it. So this might get taken out, unfortunately. But that's kind of that's the name of the game. You know what I mean? Like I have this area highlighted. We talked about it pre-market. We stay above, stay above here. We move higher. Stay below here. We move lower. That was kind of the plan from the beginning. So here's kind of your two. Notice we're like inside the bumper lanes right now. First change of character, pre-market. It's here to the downside, here to the upside. So we marked them. So I want to see a push and stay above this here, and then more importantly, up over 41. And right now, be honest with you, it's not giving me the warm and fuzzies. Because look at NVIDIA now at 118. We talked about this morning. If it's going to go down 118, we got out. We trimmed out and, closed out the position. Just because I thought we were going to turn and burn. So went long here, went long Qs, and I thought NVIDIA would maybe, lift its nose a bit. But 118 is still a good level for NVIDIA. I just, there's a lot of momentum here. And with the conference happening this week, I think some people might be trying to get out of the way, push it down to 112, maybe at some point. Who knows? But I know 118 is a big level, even in the options chain. Also worth noting. So this week's a big week. Wednesday is going to be the big day, I think. There'll be talk of rate cuts, and more importantly, for those of you guys paying attention to the Bank of Japan, that also happens this week on Wednesday. Do they raise the rates again? You guys remember what day that was? Anybody? I can show you right here on the chart. Boom, right there. August 5th, there's your carry trade. So that's what's kind of scary too. If you look at this on a daily, so you definitely want to protect this level, 484.08, which was the bounce after the carry trade. The trouble is the carry trade is this week. So just know we can go this low potentially or lower. You start breaking these tops here. Like, look, we broke all these tops. on the way down, right? Like they didn't even stand a chance. Broke it, broke it, broke it, broke it, and now we're trying to like hold it above this level to maybe try to get between here and here if there's still bulls around. And this is kind of where like I want to see the trouble happen, aka opportunity to short if we get in this zone. So that's all the way up to like 501. If we see rejection or resistance there, then yeah, it might be an opportunity short. And technically, even around here, 488, like this 200 on the daily. So there's stuff that I'm watching for like even, I don't want to call them swing trades, but let's call it that. You know, like right now, taking this trade, technically these call options expire on Friday, but I did that because I want to get a little time if it does dip below that level today that we've been watching. You know, maybe I can afford to keep it towards the bottom end of this green box, maybe even a tiny bit more, maybe until about there. You know what I mean? Arguably, I should be able to hold it to down here, but that would be a devastating loss. So I would cut my loss, you know, a little sooner than that. Because then if it bounces here, I could always buy and take it up. But anyways. Jeff's in this SMCI trade, looks like, off the bottom here. A little hero trade action. Jeff, wow. Come on. I want to see Microsoft over the close, at least. Big reason being is if you look at the open for the Qs, etc., we saw names like NVIDIA weak. We saw names like Tesla that were kind of flailing a little bit. You guys remember that at the open, and now it's just tanking. Looks a lot like NVIDIA, right? But the Qs somehow, while they were moving higher, this name was moving higher. So that's what I'm looking for, is like strong correlations to the index that might actually have a positive push. Like if this starts to move higher, the Qs probably move higher. If this moves higher, naturally it'll impact the Qs. But there's been a lot of people just getting out of the way for the risk of this week on NVIDIA, which is part of the reason I took the short this morning. And then Tesla, if you guys remember, it was just really dancing around here for the longest time until we finally got the break, and then, you know, take some money and let it run. And then we got out, I don't know, somewhere around here or something like that, 237 area. So anyways, how's everybody doing today though? We had a monster morning. Absolutely crushed it this morning. Now, if we get the Qs and Microsoft to take off, guys, like I'm gonna just like drop the mic and be like, dude, where do you get? Come on, where do you get it better? You're very green, Jeff. Right on. You and I still got to get together for a little chin wag session, man. Guys, here we go. MSFT. Let's get the push. I'll be looking for something over the close, ideally, or near the close for a partial. What do you guys think? Bullish into the close? Look at JPM now. Look at JPM. This is what I'm talking about. So like Tesla down today, NVIDIA down today, but look at like JPM, banks. Look at Goldman Sachs is not selling at all right now. Obviously had a massive sell-off, you know, from like 600 and change, 672 down to 550. I mean, I don't know about you, but a lot of great traders at Goldman Sachs. So this could be a, you know, valuations are starting to matter. So that's something also I'm looking at. Some of these names are, I don't want to say overpriced, but they're priced pretty well. Like JPM right now, that, like I said, 240 probably makes sense. Maybe even 238 to 240, I think makes sense on JPM. I don't like that. I do not like this candle, guys. We got above the close on the Qs and then started selling. What is up with that? Again, notice these. So bright red, bright green. You guys see those two levels here? We stay above it, we can remain bullish. We get below this, it's time to get bearish. So I might take a little bit of a hit on these call options if we do not move higher, and I don't like that candle right there. That is very bad for my position right here. This could be the candle that starts my getting taken out of this position, which will suck. Unless Jeff B is going to call his boys at Goldman Sachs. Buy. You know, it's a tough racket, this trading gig. Some days are a lot easier than others, but this is where I wish I had infinite depth, because I still do think we're going to turn and burn higher. The problem is this looks like we're about to crack through this green area, aka in my red zone. I'll be losing money. So I'm like, actually, because of theta and stuff, I'm just kind of losing some money right now on these call options. So anything below this yellow line is going to start to hurt. And it looks like we're aiming there. Jeez, that sucks. I don't know. NVIDIA off the bottom might be kind of fun. But 116 we know is a reality for NVIDIA, 115 and then 112. So again, people are talking about it now on the news, like, oh, the speech Jensen Huang tomorrow. So maybe that brings more panic into that name, which pushes the Qs lower. I don't know. Slow and low seems to be the way we're going. Don't like this move either on Microsoft. Here comes the Qs. Oh, man. Don't do it. Just being patient here. Being very patient. Let's see. I'll put in a 1 million share order just for you. Right on. Do it. No, don't do it. Paul's got a question for you, Jeff. I'll pull that up, actually. I'm not going to speak on his behalf. But hero trade question mark? I don't know. I mean, for me on these call options for here was I had this zone already highlighted. If it held, we got in. So that's what we did, and I got in. But the tricky thing about options, I got in here, and you would think, oh, we're back here. I should be break even. No. That's not how it works, because you have delta, gamma, theta to deal with. So kind of bouncing in and out of green and red in this area. But the further away we move, like for a while there, I was nice and green up here, but I didn't take any partials. I just I want to see it really break out. That's what I'm kind of hanging on to on these call options. It could cost me. We had a nice day today, so yeah, I'm kind of giving back some gains, but this was like the trade I'd want to hold on to. If if it's wrong, then it's wrong, and then you lose a little bit of money. Lose whatever, $1,500 or something like that. But Oh, Q's, what are you doing? Don't do it. Looks like it's going to snap to the downside, man. Oof. Gross. This would be a hero trade too on NVIDIA. Like, where's the bottom? 117.83 maybe? If 117.83 holds on NVIDIA and we bounce off of that level, I might be tempted to go long. So, Paul, I think Jeff's saying he was watching it pull back and pop up and just played the dip and then got out quickly. No, look at the Qs now. No. That's not good. Still hanging on. This is kind of frustrating. You know, we got the move. I thought we'd for sure push, and nope, rejected that VWAP. Look at that. We talked about that doji live. Okay, now or never, guys. Now or never, Bulls. Might have to end up eating a loss if you're already sizing in for a long on NVIDIA. Yeah, this 118.42 is a level, 117.83 down below it. So I'm waiting to see, like, just because there's so much weight behind this, do we actually get down there, tag, hold, and then start to push? So, like, maybe see some of that validation. The trouble I have, though, right now is bulls are not showing up like fierce right now. Watching coin now, big push, then pull back to the 200. Let's zoom in a bit so you can see what I'm talking about. So we had a big push, pull back, 200. So this could be an interesting trade again. 185 area, 185 and a half. I'll wait. I already have enough long positions. I don't want to give money back. Like, this is making me a little bit of money right now on Microsoft, but come on. I mean, am I really going to get excited over like $1? Less than $1? Now I just sound like a greedy trader, huh? Let's see, Jeff. I'm gonna go in small share size above 118, and I'll add more shares if it dips below 118. I'm a dip trader. Interesting. So you add to the losing trades? Uh-oh. Jeff, don't say it too loud. I get if you're sizing for an entry, maybe, but I don't typically add to losing trades. Unless, like, let's say, for example, like on NVIDIA, let's say it was like a longer term, like, hey, at 119, I wanted to buy 10, knowing that I'd be willing to buy down to 117.83. But typically, if I was doing that, I might just wait to that level, or this 118.42, which is where we're at now, wait for this to see what it does, and then if it holds, then buy, and then add when we get above it. But that's just me. It's your way of sizing. Yeah, no worries. All right, guys, come on. We should get the bullish push now. Help. Guys, I'm telling you right now, if the Qs hit all-time highs, Rick is getting his shirt finally. I will pay for it out of my own pocket and have it custom made. Do you guys know what the shirt's going to say? Does anybody know? Anybody know what Rick's shirt's going to say? Right on the front. It'll literally just say, cue the disclaimer. Come on. Give me the push, would you? You guys see this? As soon as we get above this green line, do you see that? Then boom, sellers. That's the importance of these little levels here. And the good news is we're trying to hold this, but man, we got really close to down here. And I don't like that. I need to see this push. Let's see what else. Palantir getting dumped on. Okay. Tesla still aiming lower. You know, the trouble too is there's not a whole lot of news like today, for example, right? So it's just you could argue could be a sideways day, which is kind of what we're seeing anyway. But what's happening this week that could be potential momentum for stocks? Number one, rate decision for both Bank of Japan and the US. Number two, Nvidia has their big summit, right? And then of course, like today, we had claims that weren't too bad. Retail sales 0.2% versus 0.6 estimate. So I wouldn't say that's the greatest, but that's why I was surprised to see Lulu, for example, up today. I think we're, when I'm going to start shorting names, it's going to be these consumer names. Consumer staples right now are meh, but names like Costco, I'll be keeping a very close eye on, probably up around 940. Guys, look at NVIDIA. There's your bounce. So 1842 holding. Q's now getting a little bit of strength. A little bit. Nothing to be too excited about just yet. Let's see if we get some bulls to show up. Look at coin now getting some action. SMCI. You still in that, Jeff? Affirm. You mean if you make 10K, you're gonna get me a shirt? Come on, Rick. No, the big thing is like we've been trying a couple of the spots, and like some of the shirt quality is meh. You know what I mean? And we're trying to make it so that we actually have like a merch store and all that stuff. At least for me, that's like new for me. I've never done any of that, so we'll figure it out and roll it out. I mean, if anything, it's not like going to be like a revenue source per se, but that's the point. Like, I don't really want to make just like merch for the sake of having merch. I'd rather have merch that's like nice and that people like, and at that point you need to buy inventory and all that other fun stuff, which I think that's the way to do it, but it's obviously more cost prohibitive. But no, I get it, Rick. I get it, man. I can't play favorites, but I mean, there's some of y'all that, I appreciate the interaction. You guys are here every day. And for those of you that are, I really appreciate it. And I know, this is, if this was easy, everybody would do it, right? It's tough. It could be mentally draining. It could be financially draining. It could be, a learning curve. There's so many different things. And I get that sometimes like, everybody's different. My risk tolerance is different than many of yours and vice versa. You know what I mean? Jeff, perfect example. Like you're buying into a position on the way down, which, hey, I'm not mad at it. If it works for you, it works for you, right? But that's not typically how I would trade. But if I'm over here, preaching, hey, this is what you should be doing, you're like, I don't really trade like that, then is what it is. So that's what's kind of neat though about A, having a community, and B, like getting a different perspective, because we all have different styles. We all have different, entry sizing, account size, all that other fun stuff, right? So but yeah, for those of you guys, I'm gonna call my day ones, man. You guys have been here from the beginning, and appreciate you guys always sharing your thoughts, your ideas, or like even if it's like, hey, you know what, DVG, I wish you did this, or you suck at that, or what. Hey, look, we're all adults here. I can handle a little criticism. If there's stuff that you guys want to see more of, less of, that's cool too. But at the end of the day, we can't do it without the community. So appreciate y'all. Guys, we're getting our move finally on the Qs. Let's see it rip now. Over 481 is what I want. I'd love to see 482 before I take a partial, really. And then I'll let the rest run to do its thing over the highs. But I just don't know if we've got enough in the tank. Every time we look at my chart gets up to that VWAP, boop, sell off. So over 388, maybe we see it scoot to the close. Here comes SMCI. Jeff bullish on the chip sector, sounds like, looks like. What do I think about SHOP? You own it? You've owned it for a while, around 96. Rick is asking. Let's take a look. Let me put up on the big chart. Give me a sec. Right now, things are moving in favor. I'll be patient. If you guys see a big spike down or something on Microsoft or something, let me know. Let's see SHOP. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably going to hold in and around here. The only trouble I have is this down here. So you could argue this is almost a double bottom, but the fact that it dipped below it and didn't necessarily hold that level, like it kept showing resistance around these bottoms, that's the only concern. So, can it move higher? Sure, but, where did it get today? 98? Looks like 98 and 98 to 99 bucks seems to be a area of contention for SHOP. And big trouble is it's tied to consumer right now. So unless we see rates, if we see rates drop, we probably see names like SHOP move higher because that means that more people get access to money, so on and so forth. We talked about inflation being good for the stock market with a caveat. Does anybody remember the caveat? Because it's a big one, big caveat. $98.50, Rick? What do you mean? Like that's where you're trying to get out? Are you saying if it holds that, then you think you're going to get your push? Yeah, because I mean, I would, cue the disclaimer. Good old cue the disclaimer. But yeah, again, the thing I don't like is right down here, which happened on Friday. So oh, I see. Okay. You're saying it was a high of day? Are you swing trading it, or you like what's the like investing in it? Yeah, because again, like so you held this level, then you broke a little lower, then you held it again, then you broke a little lower, then you tried to hold that level again, but you broke lower again. So that tells me that this is like a really weak low. So you can easily come back down here and test that, which is kind of scary. If you're up 6 points, 6 points away from that, 90 bucks down here. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't know what your time horizon or risk tolerance would be on that. But and even your target, if it is 98.50, then you basically need high of day and high of whatever day this was, Wednesday. So if you see that, you might actually get your breakout to 100 plus, but you need a lot of things moving in favor. So you need the Qs to move higher, you need the SPY move higher, you need IWM to move higher. Like, you need everything to get bullish, right? For especially naming it as a consumer facing product like Shopify. For sure. Yep. No worries. What do you think? Okay, for example, NVIDIA is one of the few stocks I would buy the dip just because of its strength in the market, Jeff B. All right, let's see. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'd say the big thing is just, keep an eye at market levels, 117.50 area is kind of the last big level of buyers right here. You notice peak here, buyers here converted or, changed direction right at that level. And then we get up to what is this 123 and we sell off. And we know 123 and 127 are big levels for NVIDIA. And then of course anything above that, 130, whatever. But point is, you see a lot of consolidation in the big levels. So we knew 115.15 was level. We talked about that. We were actually trading it that day, I think, if I remember right. 108, which is down here. We know 108 is a big level. We know 112 is a big level. So like literally right when we got to 112, we didn't even look back. We just moved. And then we also know, this 117.50 level. It's now like a big one to keep an eye on. What is going on with the Qs right now? I am not getting the warm and fuzzies right now with this price action. This is brutal. Like, let me put this on 1 minute. Look at this ugliness. Lower high, then higher low, or high, higher high. Now we're back to kind of this chop around. Like, what is this? Gross. And this tells me it wants to move lower. So I might be hosed on these positions here. To be honest, guys. Like, look at this big pullback here. What is that from 388? Probably should have taken a partial. Oh, man. I'm like surviving it right now. Like, I'm tempted to just dump these things and move on. You know what I mean? I don't like this chop around. I make a couple bucks and I don't take a partial because it's like, yeah, I want to see the move. And then the move doesn't happen. This is now 1, 2, 3 times. Like, I'll wait, but man, I really don't want to. Because we should have made a decision by now. And right now the decision looks like we're going to probably go down. Yep. Q's now moving lower. Let's see. Just bought in the last 45 minutes, and I was just looking for a scalp. Want to buy Microsoft, feel comfortable buying the lower price stocks under 120 or so. Oh, cool. Right on, Rick. Jeff, I think NVIDIA could get above 119 before it drops to 118, then it'll push the market up higher. Well, I'm hoping. I'm really hoping. Like, this is ugly. Look at this. Look at this. I mean, $1 just like that in 4 or 5 minutes. Oh. Come on, man. Well, I don't really like trading these sides. I'm giving back money right now, and I don't want to do that. Like this, like to be break even after a push like that, and we should have launched, and the Qs literally like just gross. I'll wait again because they're call options. I can afford the the movement. But something like even this Microsoft trade, like to be up like 20 cents, that's less than that now. Like that sucks. And I waited all day for it, or not all day, but since I've been back. Might be better to just leave it be and come back around 3, which is probably what I'll do. But if we break this 386.25 on Microsoft, which is literally 75 cents away, I'll dump it. It won't be a huge loser, but it'll be a loser no less. And I don't like taking losing trades. They happen. They happen. It went from a winning trade to now a losing trade in 5 minutes. Let's see. What else are we looking at here? Here's an interesting one. So interest rates. Okay. If we get cuts, keep an eye on these names. Keep an eye on these names. Because if we get rate cuts, these guys are the first ones that are going to reap the benefits. And what I think is interesting is names like Toll Brothers. Lennar reports this week. Lennar Homes. There goes Shop, Rick. Good luck on that one. Yeah, I was surprised to see this today as well. Like sell off, buy up, sell down. Let's see. I'm tempted to buy Meta here. So tempted. If I nibble here and then get to like 605, wouldn't that be cool? 5 points. What do you guys think? It'd be baby size though. And by the way, we're going to get our breakout on the Qs finally. Finally. Had to wait a little longer, I guess. A day of patience. Finally. There we go. Now we're going to do it. 482. Let's do it. Over 1885 on NVIDIA. Maybe get a bounce. I wouldn't hope for much more than 19.5, to be honest. Unless we get a real bullish push right now, which totally could happen. Look at the Qs. Notice this level here to the left. What is that? 479.87. We get above that. We should. There it goes. We just taking out this volume. Let's take out that and then get to this overhead supply. Here comes the push on NVIDIA. I'm just going to put this here. Guys, what do you think? Meta over 600? It's so gross. Such an ugly chart. I can't do it, guys. Could be a fun trade, though. Fun and profitable are not always in the same sentence when it comes to this business. Okay, we're seeing a subtle change in character now in the Qs. Right here. Here's your change of character. Bulls and bears will be fighting here 100%. And whoever wins this right here will determine. If you guys remember Friday at the close, we were talking about a 3-bar setup. Do you remember that? Then right the very next candle, bears came in to shut it down, and the bulls were like, no, we're getting the follow through. We're probably going to see the same battle here right now on the Qs. So if bulls give up right here, I'm going to dump my call options. Notice we're just above the close. We are in a change of character on a move to the upside. So if we do not break out here, then I will dump. So I'm not going to get, tricked by a random, sporadic candle. But if we start to see some legitimate failure here, then I'll probably have to dump that position. It's like this is technically we've now bearish engulfed this candle completely. We're now below the close, and now we're 50% of this candle. So this has to hold. Don't do it. Gross. So gross. Come on, bulls. Let's go. Yeah, sure enough, Meta drops. You looking at coin again? Yeah, looks great. You want coin? I want this. It'll help us all. If we get above this candle right here, what is this? 479.97. So call 480. We get that, then we should get all all stocks should start to move higher. Should and would or will, two different words, right? But okay. Oh, man. Nah. All right. I'm gonna have to trim up probably on Microsoft. We'll see. If I don't get over this view up in like literally the next 2 to 3 minutes, I might just wait till 3:30. It's just tough because it's a sideways day for sure. So these are the types of days where you just give back money. We got a beautiful push in the morning. We made money off of it. Then we shorted it. Shorted names like Nvidia, made money on that, and Tesla. So we made good money on the trades today, and now we're just getting out the butcher's knife, chopping it up. So AFRM is on the move. Yeah, didn't they report? I was wanting to short that today. No, they got taken out of some big deal. I forget what the deal was. I heard it this morning though. Their loss at Walmart. That's what it was. And now people are like, oh, it's not as bad as you think. That sounds like a trap to me. Yeah, buy it, and then we'll sell it into you. Yeah, Paul. Yep, thanks. Right on, Miguel. Yep. Sorry, it's a little slow this afternoon. It is what it is. I know Scott's out, so I appreciate y'all. When we're riding solo, it's not always easy, but appreciate y'all being patient and calling out your trades. And let's watch this in real time. You see that change of character right there? Do you see that? I'm going to mark it right there, and I'm going to make it yellow. All right, let's just make it white. So this is where we want to see the push. And then, of course, there's the bears. So they're watching the same thing because they know if they see bulls push this, they're going to have to get squeezed and get out of the way. So to see this behavior right now, this doesn't make me confident that the bulls really, really want to push, because this is a setup right here. If you're a bull, you want this setup to push a breakout like this. And if you're a bear, you're trying to protect that zone as much as possible and push everything back down here. Basically, retail traders, like us and stuff, we might be buying over here, buying over there, buying over here, whatever. This is where real traders are going to step in. It's right here. Break up structure, add a change of character. Bulls and bears are going to stack up right here. So the reality is bears are going to probably try to push it. Bulls are going to try to fight it. And then there's going to be a winner and a loser. Good news is, once we saw this happen here once, you normally see it maybe chop down to about 50% of this whole move. So here's a fun one. Doesn't always work this way, but let's just go to where the change of character is and then mark here like this. Oh, how about that? It's inside of a zone, right? So if we see a retrace back to here, I wouldn't be surprised. But because I think bulls are going to, want to, flex a little bit, we should see a push above this level. That's what I'm banking on, literally. All Nice, Rick. Cool. Yeah, FXI was a good trade this morning. And when I was heading out, I just basically trimmed up everything that was profitable because I didn't want to risk anything. And then luckily, like we left a couple of those short positions on that with targets, and they filled, which was awesome. Doesn't always happen that way, but I was pretty excited to come back and see profit. It's always fun. 388.27. There it is. If you guys are ever wondering why these change of structures and break a structure matters, look what happens. As soon as you go up, bears are waiting to smack it down. So really, if you wanted to trade, like, you're late to the game, so you might have missed the move from here to here, like where I got in down at this area. But because I did it with options, it's different, right? Because I got to worry about theta, I got to worry about all this other fun stuff. But if you were going to wait for anything, that's it right there. This is where you'd want to trade. So if you see a breakdown here, stop loss would be down here maybe. And then if you lose and it comes back up, well, then you can take the trade again. Or just wait for the actual move. Like, look at this. Now you're opening down here. So gross. It's so gross. Come on, Bulls. Let me get a 482 out of you. And we'll look at, because these are the only two trades I got on, guys. So, but like, this is the same thing. Change a character, you get above it. You haven't broke the structure yet, which is up here. It tried to, and then immediately got sold into. So this is like the same way that bulls are hunting for entries, bears are hunting for entries, and they're watching this stuff. Right? Change a character, break a structure. We'll wait right above it so people think a breakout's coming, and we'll sell right into them because they know they're going to find a lot of demand or people trying to buy. So they'll sell into that in the event that we do push lower. Now, if we do squeeze, they'll be out of the position, and their risk is very, very small if they're short. Which, if you're a short trader, like bear, you don't want to risk more than that, realistically, because if you're short a trade, you have the potential for infinite losses. Now, having puts is different, but if you're actually shorting shares of something or just in general, your loss potential is infinite. Especially if you're using margin, then it's a big problem, which I don't know. Many funds use margin, but I'd say a lot safer than most retail traders use it. Come on, now or never. Let's go. I'm losing my patience. And this is right about the time that the move happens. When I'm like, I'm just done. I don't want to do it. Then boom, you see the big breakout. You're like, come on. This is kind of where my target's going to be, this 388.25. Unless we just push through it with a big bar, then it'll be the close. It's 388.5. And it won't even be a massive trade. It's pretty slow. Very nice, Rick. Cool. Congrats. It's a nice trade. Yeah, I mean, I'm used to, we're scalping for points, but like, man, I so badly want to get like one of these big moves, It would just be awesome, especially if we were live and it did something like this, What I really don't want to do is, as we're live, it does this. Right? And it could happen. Of all the times in the market right now, that this is where you could easily see something like that. So all right. If I don't see a breakout here in the next 30 seconds, and I say breakout meaning like we get above VWAP on both the Qs and Microsoft, then I'm going to be forced to trim my position. I'll still leave them, and that's the same for the call options. Like I'll trim. I still have the call options on, but I'll trim some up if we don't push. If we do push, then yeah, maybe we get our move that we're waiting for. But I don't want to keep eyeballing this all day long. It's just driving me nuts. We're right at the VWAP. Decision time. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Push, push, push. What do you guys think? We're going to get it? I mean, I'd hate to trim this early and then we get the breakout, but Okay, I'm going to trim up Microsoft before I trim up the Qs. So let's see if we get a push here on Microsoft, and I'll take some off. There it is. Let's see if we get over 388 now. We're almost there. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, baby. Yes. Yes. Come on. A little more. No, don't reject the VWAP. What are you doing? Now I'm forced to wait for one more candle. See if we get my take profit, guys. $388 and a quarter. You know what, guys? That's I'm gonna trim up Microsoft. Small partial, guys. So I'll leave some size. Oh man, it took forever just to make a point. Rick did that in like 5 minutes. Right on, Rick. Cool, man. Jeff, yeah, let's do it, man. Oh, there goes. There's my TP. I got out a little bit early on it, so I'm not going to take another partial yet. I want to wait till the close happens, and then we'll see what happens after that. Here we go, guys. Took a while. I just had to talk nice to the market and tell them I was about to bounce, and then they were like, "Oh, okay. DVG wants out. No, we got to move." There we go. Now I'm waiting for the close, guys. So 388 and a half-ish, anywhere in there, like 388, 40 something. I don't care. We'll take some more off on MSFT. And then what do you guys think? Hold the Qs and let it ride, or trim her up? What do you think, guys? Come on. Again, I need to get over this 481. Do you think we do it? Coin made the move. Tesla's trying. Right on. Cool. Did you take those trades? Yeah, Coin is definitely pushing it. 187 and a half. I'd love to see, guys. I would love to see a 481, then a like this, and then bam. That's what I'm kind of hoping for. Question is can I hang on that long? 480.80. Big push. Big push. Let's get it. Come on. It took us all afternoon, not all afternoon. It took us an hour and a half, guys, to finally get the move. My goodness, it took a while, but geez, we are banking it now, y'all. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Rick's waiting for his shirt up here. Nice, Jeff. Beautiful. Beautiful. Mark, awesome trade on coin as well. Beautifully done. There's that 481. We should get a pop now. I don't want to see it slow down. I want to see it get, some real Momo. Microsoft now approaching the close. Let's maybe trim up a tiny more, not much. But we'll take a small partial here on Microsoft as we get over the close. I want to see a little abrupt push over the close like so. Let's see it just kind of bloop. I don't want to see it sell like it just did. I want to see it pop just a tiny bit above. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Guys, what do I do here on the Qs, man? Do I dump it or let it pump? We waited this long, right, guys? Let's let it run. All right, I'm going to take a little bit more off Microsoft, guys. We'll still leave some size, but I don't know what it's going to do at the close, so whatever. But the Qs, I still haven't trimmed yet. We still got a full call option block right now. Let's see if we get a massive pop to 482 and change. Come on, boys and girls. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Anybody with me on this one? Come on, baby. Took all freaking day, but you know what? I'll take it. I will take it. Now I have to wait for 482, guys. Got to do it. Maybe not. Let's do anywhere in this 481 and change. We're kind of there now, but 41 and a half. What do I do, guys? What do I do? I gotta pay myself first, y'all. So I'm gonna take a partial in just a moment. Let's see what this next candle does. Hopefully it opens green, not red. If it opens red, then I'll have to take a partial off these call options. Even though they expire Friday, I don't want to get screwed over on Delta, Theta, or even Gamma for that matter. Because right now, if we move in favor of the move, like we are now, because we're in the money, we're above, by a point, I'd love to see 482. That's what my real target is. So I'm going to give it just a minute. But if we start aiming lower at all, I got to take some off. So let's see if we get this push now. Again, this zone right up here is kind of what I'm aiming for. Don't like this move. I don't like it. I don't like it. Come on, guys. We got to do this. 482 one time. What did we get to today? 483.14. Here's that level. All right, guys. I got to trim it up. I got to trim it up here on the Qs. I'm going to give it just a moment here. Let's see if we get a little more bounce to the upside. Trying to be patient here, but, we're making money on these call options. I don't want to give it back. And I might leave some on the table, but that's why we're taking some off, not all of it. We'll still leave some of that position on there for if we continue to move higher. Just waiting, just waiting. No more red. No whammies. You take some off, gets getting extended. Yeah, I really think there's like the bulls should put on a little bit of a clinic and show people like, hey, don't mess with the bulls because you get the horns, right? Like we've seen what happens with the bears and they've been eating burgers for the last several weeks. And so like I think the bulls want to show that they can capitalize on their levels, like that 490 to 500 on the Qs, just to show that they could push markets that high. Now, I look at it as that's going to be another opportunity to short. So, all right, I'm going to have to take some off, guys, here on the Qs. Not my favorite. Phil. But we'll leave some on in case we break out. If we start pulling back to the VWAP, then yeah, I'm going to get rid of the whole position. Well, that was fun. Took a while. Now let's see if my runners make us some more dough. Now it's way less stressful because it banks some money, you know? And you're like, yeah, if it goes higher, cool. If it, comes back to like, basically I've moved my stop right here on this VWAP. Technically I can move it higher, but you guys are awesome. I love this community, love this crew. We're going to grow this thing, y'all. I'm telling you. We're looking to get 350 people. I'm going to try to do something special for the first 100. So for those of you guys that are already here, I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, but I think there's we got to find something. We'll do something. But for those of y'all who have been here from the beginning, guys, look at Meta. Meta could be interesting right over this 200. I'm going to pull it up. Look at this. I'll zoom in. You see this 200? It gets over that 200. Basically, this level right next to it was at 601.69. Pow! 603 immediately should happen. And if that gets it even more Momo, well, 606 becomes a reality. I can't take it, guys, because I already, took my trades for the afternoon, we'll say. Look at CoinGo. You still in that? Here comes the Qs. Qs should pop now. Bingo. Breakout time. Yep. Another break of structure, guys. Those of you guys watching it. I don't think bears are going to wait there. They're going to wait up here. So they're going to get out of the way. You got to break a structure right here. See there? See, it just shows up automatically. Isn't that nice? So break a structure. Now you're going to see a push. Let's go. How high do we go? Do we break out over all-time, or sorry, not all-time highs, but high of day? I mean, all right, guys. Well, look, hopefully you guys were able to take part of that and make some money. Give me a shout out. Give me, if you can, for those of you guys in our community. I know it's a little bit of a pain. Run over to YouTube real quick. Hit the like. Hit the subscribe if you haven't done already. It helps us on the channel. It helps get exposure. Frankly, it just helps us, be able to put out more content on YouTube. So if you can, if you don't mind, that would help us a great deal. For those of you guys listening on YouTube, thank you. Thank you for being here. If you're thinking about joining us, don't be shy. Come join the community. $144 a month. That's what it is. $144 a month. Take one trade, boom, you're in the money, right? So look, we're trying to grow this thing. Like I said, I'm gonna give it some thought on. I've already given it some thought. I just want to make it really special for. I'm gonna call it the Founders Club or something like that, right? For those of you guys that have been here or that are here right now, for the first 100 people in our community, we're gonna definitely take extra special care for you guys. I don't know if there's a way. Maybe I'm giving it some thought on what we're gonna do exactly, but goal is how do we get to 350 people? Because guys, at the end of the day, as you know, kind of my story, my dream, my passion is to just share the knowledge from a passion that I've come to love and is a profession now, and that is trading. It's very difficult. It's not easy. Not everybody could do it, but you know what? Like, it's changed my life, and really hope it does the same for many other of you. You know, and yeah, it just means a great deal that you guys are here. You guys are being part of the community, super supportive, and yeah. Wouldn't have it any other way. So, new car, Scott. What are you thinking? It is something I want. That's for sure. That's for sure, man. Actually, because of where we live, you know, having the car that we had before wasn't really conducive to the roads out here, and so I am in the market looking for a new vehicle. Guys, there's that 482. I'm gonna wait now till we see this new high of session. What a push, guys! What a push! You got it, Vincent, for sure, man. No, I've been there, done that, Scott, and they're cool. Don't get me wrong. The wife wants a new Mercedes. That's what she's hoping for. Guys, we talked about Meta. I didn't take the trade, but if you were thinking about a trade, we talked about it right here. Why? Break a structure over the 200, perfect level. Target would be the 602.79 to the VWAP. So while I didn't take it, we talk about trades. We structure them in a way that makes it easy to consume. Hopefully it's helpful for you guys. Hopefully talking through some of the trades. I know it can be a little bit of a nuisance sometimes, and I apologize for some of that. But hopefully it's helpful. I've had compliments and complaints around both. So, you know, you never know. You can't make everybody happy, but I do my best to take care of the community. That's for sure. Guys, look at JPM. We talked about JPM looking like a beautiful trade. Nice setup. Beautiful push here on JPM now. And Goldman Sachs, I imagine. Sure enough. Didn't even look at it, but that's got to be it. Let's see where we're at here. Look at that push. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful move, guys. I am absolutely humbled right now. Well, look, I'm going to just take care of these trades for the rest of the afternoon. You know, just keep an eye on them. The good news is these call options that I have on the queues, they expire on Friday. So technically, like, I'm at a point now, I'm actually going to take a couple more off and then let the rest run. So we're going to leave eight contracts left on the queues and just let them build some wealth for us today. Wow. What a day. Listen, yeah, you guys know it, Jeff, for sure, man. I will see you guys tomorrow at the open. In the meantime, trade safe. Like I said, if you can, hit the like, hit the subscribe. If you make that a habit for us every morning, I know it's a tall favor to ask, but for those of you that are part of the community, it does help us. So anyways, thank you all. Thank you. Markets, thank you. And to all of my day ones, you guys are awesome. So we will see you tomorrow at the open. Cheers. God bless.